You go to KCC here. We are having a project to revamp and refurbish that Cinemax. Is it Cinemax or that room? We have a team of engineers that are working there. We'll have furnitures like these ones, and also we'll have better lighting than this one. Yes, we'll have better lighting than this one because engineers are there. I'm not saying that the engineers were not involved here, but I'm saying we could have done better than this. And that one is not going to be done by any other person apart from you. I'm giving you assignment now as I conclude. The engineering students, I want you to take center stage in advising the university on what they should do on engineering matters. Number one, if you stand at your balcony, your balcony niko hapa, your 5th floor, 6th floor, and then you look around, you are having roofs which are asbestos, made of asbestos materials. Are they the best roofing materials? Are they? You can do that proposal and you present to the university. I'm also aware, there's a building here that has a lift which is not functional. And that building is in the School of Engineering. And it's housing mechanical engineering. And then mechanical engineers want to say that a lift is a mechanical thing. No, a lift is electrical. So there's a building somewhere in this university which has a lift that is not functional. Can you give us the cost? Can you provide that the university, the cost proposal of replacing those lifts? Can you provide? You can do it, guys. Have you been doing it? Have you been doing it? Another thing, I want to make a comment. And maybe people ask, what is the role of an electrical engineer in the buildings? Like where we are here. What is our role as electrical engineers? I'm an electrical engineer. Now I want to be very selfish and talk to electrical engineers. Civil engineers, pole. Electrical engineers, how many, where are we? Electrical engineers, where are you? Mwinetu mkono. Hey, bwana. Mnachoma. Now, electrical engineers in a building, we have a lot of things that we handle. The structural engineer will ensure that the building is there standing, but the building can be standing and is not being used. Therefore, it will not be meeting the value for money. It is not being used for the intended purpose. So it is us electrical engineers who make that building to be able to be used. So currently we are looking at green energy. The issue of solar, the issue of electric vehicles that Dean talked about. Because why would you have electric vehicles zinakuja hapa and then hakuna mahali pa kucharge? So we are the ones who are designing the charging points. We'll also have the issue of backup system, the issue of power, backup, generator, solar, batteries. We work with those things. Telecommunications services. Sasa hapa ndio mambo yote. In a building, there are telecommunication services. That's why nowadays we are going to look for a house. They'll tell you Wi-Fi, iko, internet, iko, centralized TV system. Gone are the days whereby kila mtu alikuwa na aerial yake. Aerial ina cross. Nowadays we deal with centralized systems. We do all those designs. So the issue of telephony, intercom, for hotel management systems, we do all those. And then the issue of fire alarm and even evacuation. We have so many, but we are aligning towards building automation, whereby we look at the building management system that ensures that we use energy efficiently and we can conserve the energy, and then it does the predictive measures for maintenance of the system, like lifts and the other things. So I want to sit down and you have my blessings. Come to us. Mwache kujificha huko. Kujeni, sisi watu wa industry ndio tutawasaidia. Hao watu wengine wenye mnaenda nao hawatawasaidia. Ni sisi ndio tutawasaidia, tuwaonyeshe njia. Thank you and may God bless you all.
Engineer John Nadebu, thank you so much, sir. Before we leave the stage, allow me to invite Ms. Lynn Mbanya to present your token of appreciation for that much insight that you provided to us. Lynn? May I ask the audience to applaud as he receives the token of appreciation. Thank you so much, sir, and may God bless you. Asante sana. Next up, we will go into a trivia session, and I'll invite Saruni Ole Koinet to take over this session. This session shall be one in which we'll ask you questions, and whoever will manage to respond to those questions correctly, that's a keyword, correctly, will receive a token. Saruni? And I hope utaongea Kizungu, eh?
Nitajaribu.
Please go on stage so that the short ones can see you like me.
Thank you, Mushebi.
And your assistant as well.
Okay. My assistant is Joy.
She's too pretty to hide herself. A round of applause for her as she comes on stage. Okay.
She's going to help me in the audience. Now, I have a few questions here. The rule is, if you know the answer, inua mkono. You can make a noise so that I can see you. I have gifts here. I'll just ask 3-4 questions. If you get it correctly, you get something from me, okay? Trial run, trial run. Who is the ESA vice chair? Yes, you. Shout.
Which one? Which one?
Yes? Regan Duby, correct. Now that was a trial, okay? Clap for her though. Clap for her.
Saruni hapo.
Thank you. Ni trial, ni test, tuna test mic, yeah?
You have decided on a dust.
Unione kando, unione kando. Question number 1. What is the IESC 7.0 Day 2 sub-theme?
Tuliza mkono kiongozi. I have a hand up there.
You have...
A lady in white. Second row from the back. Up there, second row from the back. Second row from the back. There's a lady in white. I think you can spot her. Second row from the back. Please raise your hand again. Ama ulikuwa una stretch. Hey, hii kitu ni ngumu. Hii kitu kumbe ni ngumu. Who have you seen then?
I'd seen this one over here.
This one.
Redefining engineering.
Defining engineering. Kapo ha. Correct.
He's a dead member.
No, I'm holding for him.
Amesema sione dust, ako sawa.
Ay, sawa sawa.
Unamwacha hivyo?
Okay. The gifts here.
Oh, hey. Please come.
Chibebi. Nini? There's a gift over there for her.
Ukigraduate usipondaja kwa speech na nimekutetea. Haya.
Okay, question number 2. Are we ready? Can see my classmates are over here. Are you ready, guys?
Saruni ngoja. Hatujasikia sauti ya Joy.
Joy. Okay, Joy.
Ama alikuwa kupiga kipindi?
Hapana. Joy uliza. Okay, Joy uliza hii. Copy Joy.
Uliza tu, usiogope. Uliza.
If you're a loyal attendee of ISC, who is the ISC 5.0 chairperson?
Hiyo hakuna mkono. ISC 5.0 chairperson. Ni ndevu na kwaruza ama ni yao?
Rahma.
I think I know this one. Rahma was the ESA chair.
ESA chair.
ISC chair. Yeah? Last.
No,
Last.
Debbie Kihara is vice chair.
7.5%.
While Wamono.
Quincy. No, Quincy was popular. Quincy was popular.
No,
There's a hand over there.
I never said we cannot imply. My engineers, we have to be very particular. Who? Nani?
Apo, there's a guy.
Yes.
Oh, it's a lady. Oh, sorry. Paul, Giza, huko nyuma ni Giza. Sioni vizuri sana.
Kuna miwani. Dust. Aya, I will subsequent show conference chair. Kweli serious bwana. He was the first light skin chair.
The first
The first light skin chair. Very calm fellow, very tranquil, very decent.
What do IW? Pictures
Then after,
for lecture halls everywhere. In every,
yes.
uh,
You see, you cannot pass it in someone for being intelligent. Sindio? Na ukiniangusha walai na nimekutetea. Give me a name. Fantastic.
Prince Mashari, correct. Sasa utakuwa na shati mbili.
Is it that you have a thing for light skinned men? Saruni uko na nyota. T-shirt yake ya pili.
Shati mbili sasa.
Notebook na t-shirt.
Around the place before.
Sasa hii ya mwisho. Nini Chebebi, which gift is remaining? Just a t-shirt. Okay.
It's a t-shirt. A good one.
Branded.
Just a t-shirt.
Uh-huh.
Hey.
Now, this one is for the real G's. Okay. What was the IESC 2.0 theme? 2.5 years. Were we here?
Umeuliza nini?
The 2.0 theme.
Why?
19. Yes, people were.
I defend myself. I was still in high school.
No, people weren't here. So that question is out of bounds.
Bwana.
Hiyo imetoka.
Kenyatta.
Yes.
Were you there when he was there?
No.
Thank you.
So he asked, the question remains.
Yes.
Okay.
Na wewe mwenye anapata namba hiyo lunch ya 1000 shillings without googling.
2.0 theme ISC.
Na mimi si mwanasiasa, I don't bluff. Hiyo ni dust. Enda ingine. Vumbi.
Let me give you the
Hata Vanessa wajini.
Let me give you the theme. The theme was the young engineer's role in the space of attaining the Big Four agenda. It came about with the Big Four agendas from Ruto and Uhuru's second term. And that's why we decided to do that theme that year. Now, 3.0. 3.0 theme.
Washa Google hiyo.
3.0 theme.
Ule sijui kama ni mkono anainua ama ni namba anaomba.
Nothing.
Hai.
Oh.
Ama tumekuja kujustify pake.
Let's okay.
Mimi naona maswali zako ni ngumu. Patia Joy.
Okay, Joy. Uulize swali ya mwisho.
Mkiendelea hivyo pia nitauliza.
This is for the first person to raise their hand because it's an easy question. I want someone to name 5 of our sponsors in a row. Haraka haraka.
Cool. Were you stretching? I had that hand there first up. But he's a den member. He's a den member. Huyu hapa ndio anaweka bana. Uko tayari?
Aya, Kenha, Kera, Nas, Safaricom, Kengen.
Ongeza ingine wapige attention.
Public Works.
You know Saruni?
Yeah.
You know she has a very good eyesight.
Kabisa.
She knows what she's looking at. Hata afikiri Kengen.
But clap for her, everybody.
And
Okay, that was it, Mushemi. I think you can continue.
so there are many ways of killing a rat. You can even burn the house. She decided to use the unconventional means. So tata nimpe hii at least hata nikiomba namba pia. A round of applause again for her. Unajua kuna kiongozi hapa amekataa kupiga mkono, kupiga makofi na ajui hata partners. Nataka nimuulize swali. Akipata, if he gets it, I buy him lunch. Deal? Deal? You are my witnesses. Which department does the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering teach in?
Department of Electrical and Information Engineering.
Uongo sana uongo. Sasa ndio maana it's important to clap. It is in the Department of Biosurfactants. I think I read that in the profile. Who else wants the challenge? Nani? You ready? Nani? 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 Unasema huko, I want an individual. I have a question. You're taking it. Please stand. In our presence, we have a visiting professor from the University of Las Palmas. I introduced her before. What's her name?
Maria Blanco.
Is it Maria Blanco or Professor Anne Marie? Yeah, she's correct. Higher. You can see my face, right? Don't go away. I'm buying you lunch. Anyone else taking the challenge? Anyone else wants to take the challenge? It's an open one. I'm asking very stupid questions. Hakuna? Engineers mnaogopa? Hapa. Hebu fanya hivi. Next up we'll have Prince with a piece of art that they're going to present to us. Prince, the stage is all yours. A round of applause for him as he sets up. Let's cheer him up. Thank you so much.
Cheer 1, 2. Hi. Yeah, as you've heard, my name is Prince. I'm going to be singing 2 songs here. You were here before me. I couldn't look you in the eyes. You're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry. You float like a feather in a beautiful world. Oh, I wish I was special, 'cause you're just so special. But I'm Mercury. Oh, I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? Oh, I don't belong here. I don't care if it hurts. I wanna have control. I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul. I want you to notice when I'm not around. I wish I was special, 'cause you're just so special. But I'm a creep. Oh, I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? Oh, I don't belong here. Oh, I don't belong. The next song is going to be Feel My Love by Sauti Sol. she says she's okay. I don't believe her. There's just something about the way we turned her back on me. I know in my mind I'll never leave her. There's just something about the way we love each other. And even though we fight all night and day, I know sometimes in love there can be pain. And even though we need a little break, I know that you'll come back to me. 'Cause you know that I'll come back to you. 'Cause that's when you start to feel my love. Feel it, that's when you feel it. Oh, that's when you start to feel my love. Feel it, that's when you feel it. Na 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 na. Usiponipenda nitapendwa na nani? Nitakuwa mgeni wa nani? Ukiwa mbali nami nabaki taabani. Ona nahisi kisirani hawa haina maana, mimi na wewe kuzozana. Mbona tunasimangana, hatuwezi semezana. My love, haina maana, mimi na wewe kuzozana, hatuwezi semezana. Mbona tuna And even though we fight all night and day, I know sometimes in love there can be pain. And even though we need a little break, I know that you'll come back to me. 'Cause you know that I'll come back to you. 'Cause that's when you start to feel my love.
Another round of applause for him. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct honor to invite us to the next panel discussion, which shall be under the theme honoring the trailblazers. As I invite the panelists to come on stage, please applaud them. First, allow me to invite on stage Engineer Selina Akinyi Olango. Engineer Selina Akinyi Olango is a professional electrical engineer. She was registered with the Engineers Board of Kenya and a corporate member of the Institute of Engineers of Kenya, IEK. She is an assistant manager at Kengen PLC, is a certified energy manager CEM by AEE. She is also a certified ISO quality management systems lead auditor and has over 16 years experience in the energy sector. Finally, Engineer Celine is also a seasoned mentor in the STEM field. Karibu sana, round of applause for her as she takes a seat on the stage. Secondly, I have the honor of inviting on stage Mr. Quincy Wamono, He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering from the University of Nairobi and is as well a graduate engineer. Quincy is a contract manager, junior project manager, and ISO IMS internal auditor. He is currently the component person for lifting operations and project scheduler at Unity Homes and was also the IESC chair 4.0. Karibu sana Quincy, a round of applause for him as he takes his position on the stage. We will also as well want to know that Quincy was the deputy captain in Mango High School when he was there in 2015-2016. Thirdly, I have the distinct honor of inviting on stage Engineer Audrey Oboya, who holds research interest in energy, sustainability, climate change, and carbon footprint. Engineer Oboya is a professional electrical engineer duly registered by the Engineers Board of Kenya and a corporate member of the IEK. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Electrical and Electronics Engineering and a Master of Science degree in Energy Management. She also has a certificate of Senior Management course from Kenya School of Government, works for the government of Kenya as an electrical engineer at the State Department for Public Works, where she offers consultancy services in the built environment. She has vast experience in electrical installation, works ranging from power generation, transmission to low voltage application. Besides this, she is an active member of switchgears and distribution equipment at Kenya Bureau of Standards and has also served as a member of the Strategic Plan Committee at IEK and the committee that helped deliver Strategic Plan 2024-2029. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Audrey Oboya. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Engineer Audrey as she goes on stage. I have a round of applause. And then finally, on stage, I want to invite Stacy Kendi from Safaricom to join the panel discussion. Karibu sana Stacy, a round of applause for her as she goes on stage. I have a round of applause. And then finally, the moderator for this session, Mr. Irungu Karita, who is a Vada journalism student at the University of Nairobi. He is a construction project manager and he is a writer with published articles, including Controlled Breathing for Improved Running Performance and Unlock the Secret to Youthful Vigor, among many other articles. The theme for this panel discussion shall be honoring the trailblazers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Are you guys excited for this panel? Hello, everyone. Why are you guys so dull? You're the future trailblazers. Mtablazaje your design? So today we are talking about trailblazers. So individuals or corporations that have made significant impact in the field of engineering. And in our panel, we have individuals who are trailblazers already or trailblazer worthy. I'd like for each and every one of them to tell us who they deem fit to call trailblazers and how they inspired their career. So, let's start from this side.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm Stacey Kendi, a full stack developer with Safaricom. So for me, I would say trailblazers are the ones who set pace for the ones who are to come after. So for me, being in technology, I think this is a space where if we are to look at the baby boomers all the way to where we are with the Gen Alphas, I think there's been a lot of change considering we started all the way from manufacturing to now where we are. So I think for me, I would say the likes of the founder of Microsoft, Jeff Bezos, those are people who are trailblazers in the technology scene. And then coming to Kenya, I would say M-Pesa being one of the trailblazing features of Safaricom. It has set standards for Kenya all over the world, being a trailblazer in terms of financial systems using technology. So I'll pass it over.
Engineer Audrey.
Good morning. My name is Audrey Obwanda, and I'm an electrical engineer, as you've heard from the introduction. So the people I would consider as trailblazers are engineers. As you all know, engineers, we are inventors, and we are the brains behind everything that makes life easier. From the people who invented lights, who invented cameras, who invented computers, people who built roads, people who literally made everything that we are using in our daily lives. And these people are engineers. So whether they were the pioneers, whether they are the people who are improving these systems each and every day, I consider them trailblazers. And indeed, it is as engineers. Thank you.
Over to you, Quincy. Engineer Quincy.
Morning. So they say midgets only see far when they stand on the shoulder of giants. So what are the giants? What are the trailblazers? So first and foremost, let me appreciate the team that has pieced this together, this event. You've done a fantastic job. So if anything, trailblazers, right? So a round of applause. One. Good. So who are these giants? Well, for me, one personal, think about it. My grandfather was a surveyor, and how he even got to be surveyor is a miracle. Well, he's a class 8 dropout, but he still got to be a surveyor in the Kenya Army, who studied in the UK. Okay, I did a little worse. I did it in UN. All right, that's one. Two, think institution. Well, I wasn't going to say that I attended Mango High School, but now that the cat is out of the bag, I did. And Mango High School, once you join the path, mostly for most the guys, it's engineering, because you know what, we're good at math. All right, institution. Number 3, think of education. All right. What is education but everything man has learned from the time, whether you believe in creation, Adam and Eve, or you believe in the big boom bang theory, from that bang up to now, all we've learned that you're given that so that you don't have to invent the wheel. You can use the wheel for something else, even better, stupendous, like an airplane or a rocket to go to Mars, right? You're catching it? So, number 4. So we've talked about institution, we've talked about education, we've talked about a personal story. Then let's talk about our history. Do you know that our great-grandmothers, primitive as they may be, they knew compaction? Well, if you have a village to go to, there are mud houses, right? But the floor never cracks. That's engineering, right? So those are our trailblazers. Well, we can also look at singular standards like the pyramids of Giza, the Colosseum, the what Genghis Khan did. All these are trailblazers.
Wow, you almost have finished them all. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Engineer Celine Olango. I work in KenGen. And therefore, I'm going to say in the energy space. for sure KenGen is a trailblazer. We have played a significant role in ensuring that the energy sector is stable. We have a very active and innovation platform, the G4G Global Innovation Seminar. Maybe some of you have participated in it. That has created a platform for people to innovate and to go into fields that are uncharted waters. Personally, for me, the person who has played a very significant role in me being an engineer and me being who I am today is one engineer, Professor Karen Kaberere. I don't know if she has visited UON, maybe as a visiting professor, but joining JKUAT in my first year of engineering, seeing someone who looked like me, a female, an engineer, practicing engineering, teaching in engineering, just confirmed that it can be done. And in my class, we were 9 of us, and Engineer Kaberere made sure that at the end of 5 years, the 9 of us were graduating. And for me, she stands there as a trailblazer at a personal level. Thank you.
So we have heard about corporations, individuals, the village heroes. So from that, we go to the first question, which I direct to Engineer Celine. So what role do trailblazers play in the current development of the engineering field? But before you answer, I'd like to invite anyone who has an itch, a question, a burning question. You can write them down and get them ready. We'll reach a point where you'll ask the panelists a question, and you never know, you might snag yourself a mentor, so keep an eye out for that. Engineer Celine?
Okay, thank you for that. The first and I wouldn't say the most important, but right now it looks like the most important role of trailblazers is mentorship and coaching. Having been a beneficiary of mentorship and coaching, both at a personal level and even as a professional level, I can assure you that it is the way to go to ensure that all of you seated here transition into engineering careers. By someone being handheld by someone who has walked through the journey, even when you are struggling in your studies, in your project, when you're just about to give up, someone affirming you that I have been there, I have walked this journey, I have faced this challenge and even many more, and it can be done. Having that person in your life, a mentor, a coach, will help us go a long way in ensuring that we have future trailblazers. Ahead of us, there are people who hold our hands. Below us, there are people whose hands we hold. So the role of trailblazers, first and foremost, is in mentorship and coaching, and 2 is in knowledge sharing. Previously, many years back, trailblazers were considered innovators. Maybe someone who sat in a corner somewhere and had a eureka moment and discovered something. But right now, because of technology advances, communication progression, trailblazers play a very big role in sharing their knowledge. At each and every step of my innovation as a trailblazer, if I'm working with a team, I am able to get insights from many angles, and at the end of it, the end product will be way better because it's many brains that have come together. And platforms like I had someone mentioned being a member of IEEE. IEEE holds so many conferences that have publications and just peer review of innovations and all that. And even in the framework right now, universities and institutions, for you to be at a certain level, a doctor, a professor, there must be X number of projects that you have supervised, X number of papers that you have published, and that forms part of knowledge sharing, even as we innovate and we trailblaze. So I think I've mentioned coaching and mentorship, knowledge sharing, and yes, the last one, leadership and yeah, right now, I think today, we are electing leaders at IEK. And the role of communities in trailblazing, I think, has come up. And we can see that most of these people who are vying in one of the most hotly contested IEK elections ever is happening today. And these are trailblazers. And when we have such kind of people, such kind of brains in leadership, then they charter a path for legislations, for policies that are favorable for the engineering field. Thank you.
Engineer Celine, I saw someone light up in the crowd when you mentioned mentorship. So I know it's important to have your hands held along the journey. So by a show of hands, who would like to be mentored in their field? By a show of hands from the audience? Perfect, perfect, perfect. I'd like the panelists to keep an eye out for the faces, yeah? Because we'll get to that in a moment. So on to the next question. That is to Quincy. You have mentioned pioneers in the field of engineering. I'd like you to expound a bit on what obstacles they came across and how they came across them, how they overcame them.
Now, let me try break it down like this. Imagine you're put in a place where there's no known language between you and your neighbor. So there's no point of touch, all right? So you want to have something approximating a civilization, right? So you'll have to define sounds, which will become words, so they're meaningful. You'll have to define letters, scratchings, so that they become meaningful conveyance of message. Those are obstacles. So what obstacles did trailblazers have? So let's not go far. Where we're seated, how many stories is this? If you're paying attention, all of us have been in the lift, how many stories? Huh? Okay, someone says 15, 19. Well, you've not counted the basement 1, basement 2. You've not mentioned ground floor, plus 19 floors up, right? How many are those? 22, all right. So while they're constructing this place, you have to put all your structures have to rest on the ground, right? You did not create the ground. So how do you predict how the ground will behave? You can't, right? You can have a good idea, but you can't. So where does engineering come from? So engineering is the practical application of basic science principles, right? I'll give you an example of how the tunnels were built in France. I've forgotten the name of the engineer, but this guy is a genius. So around the river Hans, you'll find that the soil is mushy. It's one that when you put a load, it splatters, swells out, and you sink, right? So what this guy did, so how do you think he did the tunnel, an underground tunnel? So he just made sure that it's of enough weight so that when he puts it, it takes itself down, and then they reinforce later. So these are some kind of challenges. So one, you are working with something you did not create. It does not work according to your whims. I mean, it's hard fact. The soil might be bad. There may be cracks. There may be anything, every other challenge. That is one. Number two, engineering is not a cheap affair. It costs an arm and a leg. For example, the road that we keep complaining about has potholes. What is the cost of asphalt per square meter? If you think about it. How much? Okay, let me not go far. Tiling is about 1,500 a square meter. If I asked any one of you to just tile where you stay, you'll tell me you'll have to budget for it. So it is a costly affair. All right. Number three, if you look at the structures we've put up, the cost of human life is high. One, people are exposed to tremendous physical harm, tremendous physical harm. The people who built the New York Bridge, the divers went in to deal with the piles down there. They suffered from pressure difference. There were hemorrhaging coming out of it. But these are the people who make the infrastructure work. In fact, in US, there's a floodlight up some 200-meter pole, not pole, but some frame structure, 200 meters. And that guy goes there once a year and is paid $20,000 just for that work. You can imagine. Not many of us make even $1,000 a month. So 20,000 just to go there once a year. So it's risky in terms of human life. That's another challenge. All right. So we've talked about unpredictability of nature. We've talked about the cost. We've talked about the human harm that it causes. All right. But either way, so the question now becomes, yes, there are challenges. So then why are we engaging in it in first place? Because I'd pose a question to you. Would you rather go back to the cave where it was less taxing? Nature did its thing, you could just move in. But no. So it means that despite all these challenges, it is a reasonable risk to take. That if you look even at Kenya, 100 years later, the quality of life is better. All right? We cannot say that, we can say that the average Kenyan person, compared to their great-grandparent, their quality of life is much better. Much better. Right now, we have more poor, obese people than starving. I mean, that was unknown in the 1900s. People were dying of mass starvation. We talk about $1 a day. Guys were hardly living $1 a week. So what can we attribute that to? This is engineering now. Human solutions to human problems. Is it food? Agriculture? Is it transport? Roads, air, water? If we can teleport, even better. That's ideas for you, right? If we're talking about health, we've engineered our way there. I don't know if I've answered your question.
You have. So the next question is to Engineer Audrey. So it will such a shame to go through all those obstacles, because I'm sure all of you have underwent obstacles in your career, and then you make a discovery, but you're not well represented, you're not well known as a trailblazer. Are there any trailblazers that you know that are underrepresented or not recognized?
So my answer to your question would be yes. There are so many trailblazers who go unnoticed because we have not taken time as an institution, an educational institution like this, or as a country, or even worldwide. We've not taken time to continuously educate the younger generation, or rather remind them of who these trailblazers are. Like I said, trailblazers are the people who invented a concept for the very first time. What we are seeing right now is just the renovation. We are not really inventing a wheel, we are just reinventing a wheel. So, for example, Sir Edison, who invented the lights, you see, what was the purpose of this bulb? To provide light. But what are we seeing in these modern times? We've just reinvented this bulb to probably be more efficient, to consume, less power, or maybe to improve on its aesthetics. But do we really know a majority of the population, including you young engineers and future engineers, do you really know who invented probably the cameras? Do you really know who invented phones? I'm sure maybe 50% of you do not know a person who did the first of everything. Even when it comes to the education sector, my colleague Celine has talked about her mentor being Dr. Kaberere. There are so many others. Here at UON, do we really know the first graduates of engineering in each and various fields? For the lady engineers, do you know the first graduate electrical engineer? Do you know her name? Where is she? What is she doing right now? So what I'm saying is that how we can continuously recognize these people is, first of all, to create like educational campaigns. For example, the organizers of this event have done a good job, but how else could they have improved on recognizing the trailblazers? Maybe we would have seen, posters of the trailblazers outside there, various inventors of everything, of mentors, so that it acts as a reminder. If you don't do it, I'm sure you have maybe engineering weeks, engineering talks. Do you take time to educate your fellows on who invented the first of thing, so that we get to understand their importance in our life? Do we even know who invented aeroplanes and the way it has made our life easier? You see, that's what I'm saying. And I keep on focusing that engineers are really trailblazers, because a majority of the times we do things in the background. Unless it fails or unless it is not there is when you recognize that, we need this thing. So what we can continue doing in honoring these people is educational awareness through these campaigns, through these, session talks and mentorships, so that we encourage people to know the history of each and everything. The second thing we can do is mentorship, and empowerment of the young engineers who are trying to improve these systems, so that through that, they are carrying on the legacy of the trailblazers. Remember, we are only improving on the systems. I don't think we can invent anything from a start. We are always, a majority of the times, you're improving on the systems. So this starts right from as a country, we need proper legal frameworks where we can be able to assist our inventors, we can be able to set up funds to enable them to publish their products, to implement their innovations. We can be able to recognize their work. We are not full of innovators, even from the institutions, but normally what we fall short of is funding. When you talk to a student, they'll tell you, I have this idea and this and this, but what I'm lacking is funding to launch this project, So right from the institutions, maybe they can set up research and innovation departments, which are fully funded to be able to support these students to carry on the legacy of the trailblazers. Secondly, lastly, we need how we can honor these trailblazers. Let us try and educate the general public. We need to increase the visibility of engineers. So not only the engineers should know what the trailblazers did, but the general public, so that they get to understand how they're living their lives and how these trailblazers have made their lives easier. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Audrey. So before we get to the second part, this panel, which is the future generation of trailblazers, which is you guys, I hope. I want to invite 5 of the people that raised their hands? You remember? Raise your hand. Who here is interested in forming a relationship with a mentor? 1, 2, 3. Ladies? 4, 5. Perfect. So, can the 5 of you, by preparing either a very short question or a very short statement, prepare it, and I'll give you a chance to present it to our panelists, and you never know. You never know. Yeah, does that sound good? You guys are not excited, eh? Does that sound? Okay, so the next generation of trailblazers. So over to you, Engineer Stacy. What are some of the programs that are put in place by communities or organizations or companies like Safaricom to support and empower future trailblazers? This is a good chance to plug in the opportunities.
Okay, so I think this is the right crowd for the future trailblazers. And as engineer has said over here, engineers are the trailblazers in any space. If you're to think about your weird ideas, that is an engineering opportunity. So for future generations, just to preempt what engineer has said over here, creating forums where you can have now people showcase whatever they have come up with and what they're working on. And maybe to plug Safaricom, we have been having boot camps, and there's one also coming up in the next from April. So that is part of what we are using to empower future generations in terms of what they are going to work on and what they are going to build by presenting them these boot camps where they can actually showcase what they are doing, go through different learnings. And right now, if you follow the trends, we have a lot of artificial intelligence and machine learning going on. So I'm sure even with the engineers over here, that is something that they will be looking into. I think engineer also preempted about automation when he was talking. That is an area where now we need a lot of future trailblazers having their work documented, having guidance along the way. And through these boot camps and incubation labs, we are able now to be able to empower future trailblazers like yourselves.
Did you guys hear of available opportunities? Yes? No? You guys are not a vocal bunch, eh? Engineers are more analytical than verbal. Okay. So, can we have, without causing too much disruption, the five people that raised their hand? Can you guys just walk down here? Slow, without causing much interruption. The 2 ladies and the 3 gents. Just walk and sit here. I'll call upon you shortly. So, trailblazers in engineering. It all starts from the education process, right? So, Quincy, you are engineer Quincy. I know you guys are very particular, proper address. If you were to change 2 things about the education system in engineering, so as to aim it towards producing a more robust bunch of trailblazers in engineering, what will you change and why?
Now that you're observing titles, thank you, journalists. Right. To like. So you see, science is not infallible. Anyway, so what would we have changed? Well, a little backstory. So I left UON in 2022, around somewhere near the top of my class. You know, in your graduation gown, you are happy, you've shaken the village, everyone recognizes you for the excellent chap you are. And you had big dreams. Now that I've passed my exams, I should walk into an office. They should give me a job by virtue of me passing my exams. Then, after a few short years, I should be registered as an engineer. Then, I'll be a consultant, right? Sounds like a good dream, right? Probably is what we share. But 1 month into the job, they ask you, what is it exactly that you want to become? Because why are you working? And then why are you doing what you're doing? To what end is it? So what would we change about the education? Well, let me offer one change that we need to have. That engineering, like I mentioned earlier, is about providing human solutions, right? And it's the reason why you're paid in any case. Because I have this problem I cannot solve, but I know you might sleep hungry tomorrow, so let's do a trade. You solve this problem for me, and I'll ensure you have bread at home, or whatever affair you have. So that's one thing. Risk management in engineering. Risk management. So what is a risk? All of us are engineering school, probably. Do you know what a risk is? Ever heard about it in class? Yes. Chune, you say no. So what's a risk? No, what would go bad is just but half the definition. What would go bad? What's the probability that would go bad? And what are the consequences if it were to go bad? And that's something we need to have as engineers, really. Like I said, you're managing someone's resources in terms of finances, human life, and nature as it is very unpredictable. So you need to learn about risk. So things will go wrong. And one of the culture shocks some of us have had going into the industry is things don't work because you're smart. They just don't work. So you have to find solutions. And if you look at employers mostly, they want someone who does not say there's a problem here. They want someone that these are the solutions I'm offering for the problem. So that's one. So risk management, risk assessment and management. Number 2, engineering is a tool, all right? It's a tool. What do I mean by a tool? A tool is something that is useful. So what is something useful? It's a means to a certain end. The end you get to define, whatever. People are in different things for various reasons, including nefarious reasons. But either way, so what am I proposing here? That engineering is a business. The only reason why we're doing it is because it's valuable, desirable, and profitable. Trust you me, if that thing did whatever you're aiming to construct is of no value to anyone, no one will buy. Even an alcoholic likes the drink because of some perceived value, right? So it has to be valuable. So therefore construction, oh, no offense, I've had people laughing, no offense. So construction, not construction, but engineering is a profitable business. You have to think like a businessman, really, really. You really have to think about it. That you come up with the most optimal solution given all the odds against you. We agree up to that point? And number 3, this really cuts at the core, really, about our education, really. Right now, most of the focus is, as long as you don't get a supplementary. Bora sijapata, soup. Well, it's a wrong approach. Why are you aiming downwards? Aim as high as you can. That's just a philosophical problem. But let me propose this. that even apart from that, the problem is more deep-seated, that even in our projects of engineering, I'd like really to challenge any one of us, really, that when you're doing that project, find that new thing that no one has done. In my department, really at 5th year, okay, I didn't do a new thing. So I may be a hypocrite saying this, but I'll say it anyway. So at 5th year, you try different things like, so we'll go burn sugarcane, then we'll put ash in cement and see how it works. Or we'll put broken glass, or we'll put something like that. But unfortunately, we are just repeating that for the sake of getting that degree. But I'll tell you something. You will do that one project, and the people who matter will be paying attention, and might be the gateway through your life. You get? So, risk management, number one. We are dealing with life, money, and the future of humanity. Number two, we're thinking about business, all right? That whatever you're doing, it must be profitable, desirable, and valuable. And number three, for your own good. The people who matter will be paying attention. If you could solve problem A, then problem Z, you could probably figure it out. So those are the three items I'd really like to see our education system appreciate.
Thank you, Engineer Quincy, for that insight. So,
Forgot, you're welcome, journalist.
So, before we go to the next question, which will be a general question that I'd like all of our panelists to contribute to, I'd like for us to hear out either 2 questions or 2 statements from our spirited young future trailblazers. So if we can get one gent and one lady, of course. If you can please introduce, wait, Mushemi, do we have an extra mic? You have one? Okay, so if you can introduce yourself, then submit your question or statement.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Oh, good afternoon. Sorry. So mine is a question and a request at the same time. To first of all, Quincy, Engineer Quincy, what you said is quite remarkable. The fact that we need to see engineering as a business, we need to monetize it in as much as employment is a good thing, gives you job security, but you can do more as a business. Secondly, to Engineer Joel, yes, Engineer Joel, Audrey at Public Works, you put so much emphasis on the need for us to come to you for attachment. And so in 30 seconds, I'm pitching. I'd like to bring my documents to your office on Monday morning. I am a civil engineer, a structural engineer to be, well versed with Revit and robots. I can be of value to your organization from end of semester for some few months. So I'd like your email. I'd like your email.
If you could please face the panelists.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're addressing the question to. Okay. Shoot your shot.
I'd like to present my soft copies and my hard copies. I'll bring them to your office on Monday morning. That's okay. Yeah.
Well, he saw his chance and took it. You can't be mad at that. So, the next statement or question, can we have a lady? He's dangerous. You should poach him. So please introduce yourself. And then submit your question or statement.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ruth McKenna Havere. I'm a fourth-year student pursuing electrical and electronics engineering. Thank you so much for the insights that you've given us. But I'd like to know what is after this is just an open question to anyone. After graduating and after finishing your studies, what is the time you took before you actually got not really office, but okay, there's this theory that after you graduate, after an engineer graduates, for a doctor, it only takes 1 year before you actually become a doctor. But then for engineers, you have to, I don't know, do 3 years. After graduating, you do 3 years, you under IBK, you get certifications and stuff. But so my question is, how long does it take? Because for some of our lecturers, they're still graduate engineers instead of professional engineers. So how long does that span take before I can actually become a professional engineer?
Before a professional engineer takes that, let me, a graduate engineer, take it. Okay. The minimum it can take, if you're on your expressway on the highway, is 3 years, okay? 3 years. And how much longer it can take is really up to you. So let me substantiate really much to you, all right? If after school, you register as a graduate engineer and you start on the spot, and that's something you're really working towards, 3 years then. But you do realize when you studied engineering, honestly, you are top of the class, right? By own right, I mean, especially if you're in UN, you came from a high school that was somehow prestigious, then you performed really well to get the cutoff for UN, because even module 2, you don't get here with an E. You get here with an A minus, whatever, okay? So, as an engineer, you can adapt anywhere. You can adapt anywhere. You can be a business owner, you can be a CEO, you can be anything. So most of the times you find someone is still a graduate engineer, it's because they're doing something else that they think is profitable. All right? So all those menu theories are personal journeys. But the thing is, you can take 3 years. And then I've just learned today morning that there's an IK mentorship to make that time shorter. So allow me to pass the mic to someone who knows better.
Okay, thank you for that question. It's a question we get all the time. So let me break it this way. How long does it take you to graduate in your engineering field? Prescribed 5 years. There are those who get to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. So there are personal issues that will affect your first 5 years. But if things were to go as prescribed, it's 5 years. After that, it doesn't mean that now you can't work when you graduate. You can work, but you will work under a registered engineer, especially when you are handling projects for a period of 3 years. That period of 3 years is to make sure that you have all the technical competencies for you to be able to hold your fort as a registered engineer. Look at it this way. How many of you have gone for industrial attachment? When you entered that organization or that institution, were you able at an instant to connect between P is equal to IV to the motor that is running a pump? Were you able to just say, okay, this is current, voltage, torque, and all that? No. So right now there's a little bit of a gap between the curriculum and the industry. So you need time to be able to get the technical competency to do an engineering job. And that is required legally that it's 3 years, you're working under a registered professional engineer. They don't have to be your supervisor where you work. It's someone that a registered engineer that you can consult when you have a decision to make, someone who can review your design when it's something that you're designing, someone who can advise whether your bill of quantity is correct, you've captured all the costs, someone who can look at your project and advise you that it is sustainable, it meets all the OHS requirements. If where you work, your boss up there, they are not registered, it doesn't mean now you can't get registered. IEK is a platform for all engineers. Join IEK, get a mentor who will guide you through your registration process. So don't use your supervisors and supervisors +1 as an obstacle for you to register. Reach out to other professional engineers who will be able to guide you through your projects and through your work and through your learnings on how to develop these competencies. What do you look at? What is the engineer's code of ethics? How do you apply it so that by the end of the 3 years now, when you go to the board and you're able to submit your projects and attend the interviews and you're given your ENG, we normally call it your power to brag. When you now get your ENG, you can go and get a contract with the World Bank and sign it, and you will be sure at the end of it, if it is a building that you're doing, it will not collapse because you have factored in all that is needed. So I think that clarifies it all. But please join EBK, join IEK as student engineers. There's a lot of mentorship that is going on. There's a lot of information that is out there that should be able to guide you in your journey through engineering. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, forgot to just this one. One question to dispel something. It was compared to medical students, right? Yeah. Let's just ask some questions. By the time you graduate with engineering, if you factor in attachment, how many months of experience do you have? Just attachment? 3, all right? Or if you tied March 6, half a year. Medical students start their clinical rounds at year 3, and it is mandatory. So by the time they get to year 6, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Hello. Okay. So let me give you some hope. I know the rest have given you so many answers which are true, but your question was very simple. How long does it take to register as a professional engineer? The minimum time it takes, okay? So based on my example, I took a record 3 years, and it was very simple, but not so simple. Of course, I tarmacked after I graduated in 2016 from JKUAT. I tarmacked for 9 months. I did some other work that was not engineering for 9 months. So when I joined Public Works, that was in 2018 June. And the good thing with working under Public Works is that there are professional engineers in that organization, and that is all you need. Working under a professional engineer for only 3 years. Once you're a graduate engineer, if you're lucky enough to work under professional engineers, you only need 3 years to work there, do your reports, go and submit, do the interview and pass. So I was lucky, I got employed at Public Works where there are several professional engineers. In my case, it's electrical engineering in 2018 June. So come 2021 January, I started doing my reports around, was it May or July? I was slotted for the interview. I went and passed. And by November of 2021, I had my professional license. So even as you wind up school, are you in 4th year? what did you say? Yeah. As you're looking for internships, and if your focus is to be a professional engineer, I will advise you to look for companies that are consulting in nature, or if it's a contractor, you look for a company that has a professional engineer. That way you'll be building into your experience, and you can be able to find your it's called the main mentor who will sign your documents. And even as you will be looking for employment, I pray that you find work where there are professional engineers. That way it will be easier for you to register. Well, there are groups, like my colleague has said, IK, that is trying to help graduate engineers to, do their reports in a way that will please the panelists. But the most important thing that you need is the work experience and a professional engineer. You can always do a report, that is not a problem. The main problem is finding this main mentor who will sign your documents. So it's good that IK is helping graduate engineers to, draft their documents. We have several other organizations, like my colleague said, EBK, who introduced the graduate engineering training program. So those are things that you can look into. I know they are working on, increasing the minimum pay so that it matches the doctor's graduate training program. But at times you have to set a personal goal and be focused. That if I'm going to work at maybe Public Works and at the graduate internship program, let me just stay there for 3 years with that minimum pay. I get the license, and then now I can look for another work. Or if the license is not your priority, then you can look for work, at the private firms where you don't have to register sooner. So I hope I have answered your question, and I wish you all the best.
All right. Has your question been satisfied? A round of applause for our panelists. I am informed that we only have 10 minutes left, so we are going to use what? But hold on.
Thank you. Let me answer what Graham has said. Graham, your request has been noted. When you are ready, come. I will personally take you to the chief engineer structural. Then I'll tell him, you said your own students don't come for attachment. I've brought you one. That will be number one feedback. Number two, what Quincy has said, that maybe sometimes graduate engineers, they might be doing something which is giving them more money than engineering. In engineering, last year, there was scale of fees that was gazetted. That scale of fees takes care of each and every group of engineering, be it a graduate engineer. Like I said, the most difficult phase is completion of study and starting to practice engineering. Whether you practice engineering as a graduate engineer, as a professional engineer, that transition, that is the transition we are talking about. Because the scale of fees even defines how much you should be paid per hour if you are engaged. And it defines what percentage you should be paid on a project you are working on. Look at a road project, maybe that project, Mau Mau project, which is around 50-something billion. The scale of fees says that the engineer there, the civil engineer, because it's majorly civil works, should be paid 10%. Now 10% of 58 billion, how much is it? 10% of 58 billion is 5.8 billion. Tell me, why will that engineer not employ other graduate engineers? We are not looking at it that way. And we need to be very honest with each and every person. Our elders, they need to know that the scale of fees, for it to be very successful, it has to be implemented fully. If you have done a building I'll take my example. I'm an electrical engineer. In a building, the scale of fees says we get 2.5%. Now, this building, how much did it cost? Maybe it did cost around 500 million. 500 million, what is 2.5% of 500 million? Or even 2%, nimefanya discount. Acha 1%, nimefanya discount. So what is 1% of 500 million? That's what I'm supposed to be. 5 million. I'll take 2 graduate engineers, mimi sitabangi peke yangu, then I'll take some students. Hii 5 million hii nikigawagawa kidogo, don't you think mimi nitakuwa kamilionea na hao watakuwa na nusa kuwa millionaire? But the thing is the University of Nairobi ready to pay me 2% of this total cost? That's the conversation we need to start having. So engineering as a business, tuanze kuiangalia hivyo. And what are we doing? Because for me, I'm employed by the government. What I always do in my own capacity, because I prepare tender document with the conditions of contract, everything that has been said. The other time I was working on that project, I told you it's across here for the lift. And I introduced a clause that this contractor should come with a registered professional engineer with that minimum of 8 years. That's what as a qualification criteria. And I made sure that we evaluate. I was in the evaluation committee. I made sure that that is considered and that professional engineer got some work. We are in the implementation phase. Very soon I'll tell them, before now I give you certificate of completion, I want to see your engineer. You as an engineer, will you come free or you'll say, I want something to be paid? You'll say you want something to be paid. That's how we are creating business for you. For us, those of us who are in government, forget about our salaries. Don't even read about our salaries. You'll be discouraged. But we want to encourage you. You'll be discouraged, yes. But we want to encourage you. On matters, mentorship. For me, I graduated in 2015. I also tarmacked. But I was tarmacking, doing some engineering things there and there until I got myself in West Pokot. So in 2018, when I joined with the engineer Audrey, plus many others, my main focus was on registration. Because I knew that's what could give me powers, like the powers I have right now. So maybe she didn't tell you, but in that group, I was the first one to be registered. Makofi kwangu. Engineer, did I not sign for you the IEK form? I did. Thank you. And I'm also mentoring others. And even within that span that I've been at Public Works, I have mentored a very senior member, actually a person who is in management at the Communication Authority of Kenya. I signed for him the document. I gave him my professional number. I took him through the process of design. Because, you know, when you are in management, you look at conceptualized skills. You don't look at technical skills. So I was able to work with him and he was registered. So wherever you go, come, you will be registered.
Kindly, MC Mushemi, allow us to satisfy the theme. I know we are out of time, but I understand. Allow us 5 minutes? 5 minutes? No? Okay. He said no, guys. So we won't get to hear the questions. Okay, it's fine. We have a speed date later on. So if the panelists could give us their parting shots, and also let me sneak in a question in there. If you could tell them what they need to do to benefit from a mentorship program within your parting shot.
Okay, so thank you. So what I would say is mentorship is, especially in the technology space, that's something that you actually need, considering the ever-changing technologies that are there. Just the other day, we were doing introductions into now softwares, but right now we've already evolved to a point where we are now looking at artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, and automation. So the benefit you'd have whenever you join mentorship is actually be the one pushing for that mentorship. At times you find you've enrolled for someone to mentor you, but the mentor is the one who's following the mentee. At the end of the day, this mentor has other things that they are doing. So it should be upon you to actually follow the mentor and get all the valuable knowledge that you're looking for. Secondly, I don't know how many software engineers are here. I've had a lot of civil, electronics. So for the software engineers, something that you have to do to be ahead of the crowd is have a project at hand. For me, I think I'll give you my story. When I started my very first interview, I had carried my laptop with me and it had my project. And the only thing that interviewer asked is, do you have a project? Luckily, I had my laptop with me with a project. So that is what the potential that he gave me. If you didn't have this project, you didn't be here. So if you're a software engineer, that's something that right now as you're finalizing your studies is work on a project. Na sio ile ya kupeana mtu kwa industry akufanyie. Work on your own project. That's how you'll get the skills. At times you're told the minute you learn one thing in technology, it's easy for you to understand the rest. When you're starting, it might look a bit something off, but that's actually the truth. Once you're able to learn, maybe if it's one stack, one thing within technology, the rest you can easily upscale and just convert as the technology changes. Right now, we have heard about Devin, we have heard about ChatGPT and all that. Right now, software engineers are actually wondering what will happen, but as a software engineer, you should be able to upskill at any time. So that's where now your mentorship comes in, and also being part of the mentorship groups. If you're on Meetup, there are all these mentorship groups and forums in technology that you can join. So thank you.
Okay. So mine, first of all, is to thank the organizers of the International Engineering Students Conference 7.0 for inviting us here to come and give you hope. All we have to tell you is that engineering is very wide. Engineering is not ending any soon. Engineering will not be replaced by any robotics. We still need human personnel behind the robotics. So on mentorship, I would like to say that having a mentor is very key in your life. I've always had a mentor. Mentors have shaped a better part of my life. If I can mention just in 1 minute that I went to high school in Mukumu Girls High School in Kakamega, and that's the first time I interacted with a mentor because the alumni would come pay visit to the school and mentor us. Through that, we had engineering professionals who were alumni of the school. So that is how I developed passion in engineering, and it was very, very clear that I wanted to pursue engineering. Now, come to campus, I had a mentor who was a lady from this institution. She was also doing electrical engineering, 2 years ahead of me. And she mentored me, she encouraged me when the courses were so tough, and I was able to finish well. From there, she even guided me into various specialization, that is power or electric or the telecommunications. And that is how I settled on power. So having a mentor at any stage in life is very, very important, not only in education, even for people who would want to have families in the future, it is very, very important for you to look for a mentor who will guide you and who will help you to choose the right decisions at any given point in life. So as I finish, I would like to tell you that it's through such conferences and panels that the panelists are very generous with their contacts, if in case you're looking for a mentor. Thank you.
Can you? Okay. So I am aware and I'm alive to the fact that we are hungry, so we'll keep it brief. Okay. Parting shot. Really, make a decision of what you could become, the best you could become, and commit to it. Do a pretty damn good job at it. You'll find a lot of the things you're looking for in it, fulfillment, whatnot. Number 2, what is better than intelligence? All of us are very intelligent here, but what's better than intelligence? It's that thing that informs intelligence. And what is that informs intelligence? Pay attention. Really, really pay attention. You pay attention to what's going on around you. You pay attention to what you study. You pay attention to what you observe. It's what makes you exceptional. It's that one that man who could see the dollar change in rate and make a business decision, that kind of CEO. You get it? Yeah, those are the people we want. Number 3, people have gone to the moon. People are trying to go to Mars. So seriously, we can do anything. Honestly, we can do anything. Put up a structure, we can. Right? Build our own roads, we can. We've seen, if you follow Elon Musk, I mean, the guy has tried to, he's spending billions of dollars trying to fly a rocket to the moon. And the farthest he's got is the orbit of Earth. I mean, that's the farthest he's gone. But he has not given up. So how much further can you do? I'm not asking you to go to Jupiter, Saturn, but just in your own life, right? Yeah. Mentorship. Well, what I'll tell you is have multiple mentors. All right? All right? So that you just don't think of one thing. You become a multifaceted person. Really, really, there's something you admire in everyone. It is professionalism in this. It is brilliance in this one. It's character in this. Have all that. That will make you. Mentors are there, but make sure you know how to separate wheat from the chaff.
I'm the one standing between you and your lunch. If you smile, I will say haraka haraka. If you frown, 30 minutes. So now I will start with this lot, high schoolers. This is a wonderful opportunity for you guys. Being able to sit in a session like this and have access to you are the future trailblazers. These are the future trailblazers and many current trailblazers. You have access to so much. Please make use of this opportunity. Get the very best out of it. I have a son in that class. I am happy to see you here. When I see you, I know even him, he's okay somewhere in school. Pass my greetings. And make sure by the time you go to school, you have a mentor here. That is someone who you aspire to. They tell you stories about Campo and how they manage it in engineering. Then the rest of us, I will say one thing. I think it has been mentioned earlier. Mentorship is mentee-driven. What do you want from that mentor? Have you identified the gaps that would help someone, that would like someone to help you close? That will help you identify your pool of mentors. He said, have many mentors because you have many aspects of your life that you may need someone to hold your hand in. So you have to be very objective. Time is limited, people are busy, and you're also struggling finding work and many other things. So for you to get the best out of mentorship, you have to identify what are the gaps and who can help you close them, and you maximize on the limited time that is available with your mentor. And 2, engineers, we are known for being very analytical. We can solve very difficult problems, but we are also known for being very poor in soft skills. So even as you seek out mentors, focus also on the soft side of life. Communication skills, negotiation skills will come in handy when you're negotiating for salaries, when you're pitching for projects, when you're looking for internship. So that aspect of the soft skills, we call them, soft skills, the things that you don't want to deal with. All of you, I know, to skip your lesson, communication skills. But now you can have a mentor to help you through that. So even as you seek out mentors in technical field, please don't forget the soft side of it, because at the field, 80% of it is soft, 20% of it is hard skills. You'll find issues of stakeholder management, a lot of it that has no calculations. So you need to develop skills in that area. That is one area I think I wish I knew earlier, but now I'm telling you now so that you know earlier. Otherwise, I wish you all the best, and thank you for ESA for creating this platform for this interaction.
A round of applause for our panelists. We have come to the conclusion of this panel, and the guys that had statements or questions, you're not forgotten. So after this, there'll be an interaction, an interactive session. So I beseech you, the panelists, to please give your attention to the 5 individuals in front. I have been your moderator, Irongo Karita. I hope you guys have gained a lot, as I have, from this conversation. Thank you.
And I
Clap for
wonder
us,
what
clap for
a
us.
student of journalism has gained from a conversation with engineers, but wisdom is wisdom. A win is a win.
I also
Ladies and
do.
gentlemen,
I also do project management, so you know.
a round of applause for Irongo Karita. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the close of the Honoring the Trailblazers panel discussion. I will now ask Derek Troy, to go on stage to present a token of appreciation to our first panelist, Engineer Audrey Obwanda. Thereafter, I will ask Vanessa Ojuku to go on stage and present a token of appreciation to her predecessor, the former chair of IEC, Quincy Wamono. Troy, please. Engineer Audrey Obwanda, receive this as our token of appreciation and send our very warm regards to the State Department for Public Works. A round of applause for her. See, ametupa wisdom. Thank you so much, Troy. Next up, Vanessa Ojuku, and then thereafter, we will have Regan Ndubi, going on stage to award Engineer Selena Kinyi Olango. Vanessa shall present this token of appreciation to Quincy Wamono. Quincy Wamono was the IEC Chairperson 5.0, and Vanessa is the IEC 7.0 Chairperson. Chair to chair. Na pia kama unaweza acha lunch Quincy, hii kazi bwana huyu msichana amechapa. A round of appreciation for her as well. Next up will be Regan Ndubi. And then after that, Regan will present this token of appreciation to Engineer Selena Kinyi Olango. We hope that this shall be a token of appreciation, and send our warm regards to Kenjan and the family back there. May I now ask Debbie to come on stage and present the token of appreciation to Stacy Kendi. Na ikiwa inawezekana, Safaricom akona okoa jahazi. Finya hiyo kitu. A round of applause for Safaricom for being with us. Thank you so much, Stacy. And please send our very warm regards to the Safaricom PLC fraternity. We do appreciate your presence with us here. And then finally, Miss Chebet Koske, the floor manager, to present a token of appreciation to Irongo Karita. A round of applause for Irongo. Irongo has been with the IEC for, I think, the 3rd year now, moderating panel discussions. Thank you so much for always turning up when we call on you. A round of applause for Irongo Karita. Nasim Zevile. Ni bachelor bado. I want to believe so. A round of applause for that awesome panel as they take their seats. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Could you please take your seats? I want to go back to my stage. A story is told of a police officer who left work one day, went home, got off his uniform, and then his very awesome, beautiful wife, while expediting her matrimonial duties, went into the pockets of his jacket, and she picked something from the pocket. This particular device and weapon that she picked from the pocket was so concerning to her that the day later, she had to go to the place of work of this police officer, approach the officer commanding station, whom we popularly know as the OCS. And she presented this weapon to the OCS and asked the OCS to follow up on it. This weapon was, how do I call this? Carita, how do I refer to the Secret Service clothing of a woman? How do we call it?
Non-mentionable.
Then unmentionable. I believe for the essence of the corporate stage of this conference, we cannot mention that. So the OCS took up this particular device. It was ile nguo ya ndani ya mwanamke. And then he put it in his pocket and decided he is going to do his own investigation. The wife of the police officer thought that the police officer was cheating. So the OCS decided, because he's an officer of mine, let me assist the wife. So the OCS has this particular device in his pocket. At the close of business, akaacha kazi, akaenda nyumbani. When he got home, the wife as well, while expediting her matrimonial duties to her husband, alichukua jacket ya mzee, kaingia kwa mfuko, akapata silaha. So the mzee is watching taarifa. And then at dinner hour, when they were seated, the wife came into the dining room and told the husband, "Thank you so much, baby, for bringing this back to me. Nimeitafuta." What do you think the OCS did? What do you think the OCS did? If you are the OCS, what would you do? Anyone? Yes? I hope una bibi. Uko na bibi? Oh, come up, please. Anyone else? What would you have done if you were the OCS? Anyone else? Anyone? What would you have done?
Go Fanana. Go Fanana. Because when they're sold to many people. You don't go buy your own special linings or whatever. So. Oh, no, I'm not Luya, but I'm saying clothes look alike. The inner clothes look alike. There is no special clothes for anyone at the shops. So I'm sure even some people are matching here.
So would you assume that the device did not come from your wife to the officer and just kill it at that? What feedback would you give the officer's wife? Because she came to you with a problem.
The officer was probably undertaking investigations.
What feedback would you give the wife of the officer who came to you with the request to find out hii silaha ilitoka wapi?
Well, what I will tell the wife of the officer is that the husband was administrating his duties and he had to hold evidence as exhibition.
But now you just convinced them why we'll always be called liars. But for answering that, I want to hand you a 500 shillings worth of airtime for being courageous enough. Thank you so much and God bless you. Na si yangu, si mimi, ni Humphrey. Aya, I have another question. Anyone? Anyone wants to take a question? I have airtime. Airtime niko nayo siwezi wadanganya. Unless you want me to go home with it. Well, I'll do that. Yes, you want to pick a question? I have a question for you. I have a shop. My sister here comes and steals 100 shillings. She goes and comes back. She buys goods worth 70 shillings. She hands me the note she stole, but I don't know it's the note she stole. So I give her the goods and the change of that shillings. How much loss have I gone? As we think about it, I am told that one of our key partners has been the University of Nairobi Alumni Association. They have a desk outside there, and they think it's really important for us to identify with the University of Nairobi. You can see the lapel pin I'm wearing. This goes to our alumni. You can see the lapel pin I'm wearing. It bears the image of the university. They are asking us to kindly pass by that table there. Maybe you can purchase one of these very beautiful masterpieces of art, which is the University of Nairobi logo, which we wear as alumni of the university. Quincy, when alumni, so I should be handing you this. It goes for a retail price of just 1,000 Kenyan shillings. Just. Si nimesikia engineers wanalipwa millions. Si ndio? The money that is raised from this sale goes back into a funding program that the alumni have to sponsor needy students who are going through campus. So this is as well an image of charity. I want to release the guests to proceed to the VIP lounge for your lunch. The students who had questions to the guest as well, you can go in there, have your interactive session with it. And then the rest of us will proceed outside there where we'll have our lunch. The ladies will have 2 queues, one for the ladies and the other for the gents. So the door to my left, it's labeled F. I think we can unanimously agree that is female. And then the one for M, anybody with beards, a deep voice, who is a good liar, take the door to my right. But I will ask the gents to please Pisha the vijana from high school. They go have their lunch first and then we'll proceed. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. Mesdames et messieurs, bon appétit. Again, nimesema the door that is labeled M is for the gents. The door that is labeled F is for the female. Shall we please take our seats? Anthony, please tone it down, please. This particular timeline had been dedicated to workshops, and the workshop that will be held here at the auditorium shall be for Safaricom. We'll have other workshops that will be happening simultaneously. We'll have Moringa School that will be in MLT 404. We'll have Kipu that will be in MLT 401. And finally, we'll have Safaricom, which will be held here. A broad profile for Safaricom. Safaricom is Kenya's leading telecommunications company, widely recognized for its innovative mobile services and digital solutions. As a pioneer in the tech industry, Safaricom is committed to driving digital transformation and empowering communities through technology. I wish to, at this juncture, leave you to the Safaricom team to take over the stage. The stage is all yours. Please, team leader, there's a microphone just next to the projector. And could you please as well go on stage?
Check. Check. Hi. Good afternoon. Could you get some help with the podium? If you can get someone to bring it closer. Good afternoon. Have you eaten? Are you ready? Should we start or we wait? We start, eh? Good, good, good. So before we start, just a nice breaker. I'd like to know how many of us use Safaricom? For real, like SIM1. Good stuff, good stuff. So today we are not here in the capacity of support, or customer care. But yeah, thank you for using our product. I know most of the expectation is that we address some of your customer problems. Unfortunately, today we are the technology team. We are not very skilled in that area, but you will forgive us. But we can arrange and we know people, so we can hook you up with a support team in case you have any burning customer issues, and they can be able to address your individual issues. Again, we apologize for not bringing them over, but you bear with us. Will you forgive us? Yeah? So today we just want to engage you about redefining engineering. I know that's a theme that we were given, and that's the reason we are here. And I came with my team, and I'll just ask some of them to wave. I hope you can see them. Just wave. Yes. So we can start, and I'll start with the first slide. My name is Mark Waihenya from the Research, Design, and Innovation team. It's a department in digital IT, which is in technology in Safaricom. So we've just a small segment of technology that we've come here to share the experience with you guys. And I came with some of my team members who are going to be helping me in the facilitation of this presentation. I came with Lillian, Steve, and Andrew. And yeah, so that's part of a small team. Plus we have supporters, we have my fans, and our fans are decided to come with us. We can wave to the crowd, my fans. Yes, our cheerleaders. So yeah, and there was also a team that was here in the morning helping us with the panel. And yeah, so we're just a small part of the big family. And today we just came to discuss this big story of emerging technologies. And just as the question is, what are some of the technologies that you find most interesting? And it's an open mic session, it's a forum, so let's engage. So you can just shout the answer or just lift up your hand. And I hope there is somebody with another mic helping us. Do you have another mic? Yes, so what are some of the emerging technologies that you find most interesting? Yes? AI in automation, another one? Engineers, hoye!
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Using nuclear energy as a form of energy for consumption.
The emerging 5G and how will it influence the IoT?
And I know some of us are shy, so for those who do not want the mic. Thank you. Yes, so just go back to slide. So actually, on the QR code, for those ones using that, please, the question is, how do you think emerging technologies will impact the field of engineering? So those AIs, those IoT, those 5G, tell us how you think they will impact. Yes, and I have a question or a comment, yes.
Yeah, it makes work easier, much easier compared if we had done it manually.
Makes work easier, perfect. Another one? Yes? Automation reducing the number of workers will make engineering cheap. Yes. Great. So say that again, creating job opportunities. Great. Let's go on with the question. Yes. Increase efficiency in the engineering field. Have you been able to go to the QR code? Yes? You have some feedback coming through? Okay. Yeah, so the question again for those who are doing the QR, how do you think emerging technologies will impact the field of engineering? Yeah, I can see a few of us are already putting in your thoughts. And so on to the next slide, I think as engineers, we are tasked with solving problems, right? I think that's why we become engineers. You want to work and solve problems and create solutions. Is that right? Or what is the purpose of being an engineer? Solve problems, right? Ultimately, that's what you want to achieve. And so to effectively solve problems, we need a methodology or a formula. Sindio? Yeah. Are we together? Can I see some nodding? I'm starting to sound like a lecturer, right? Yeah, so anyway, and for us, what we thought about today when we were planning this session, we thought that we can share with you as part of the emerging technologies, what we call design thinking. How many of us know about design thinking? Show of hands. Have you heard about design thinking? Anybody? Wow, okay. So today we learned something new, and I hope you open up your blank notebook in your head, in your laptop, and let's discuss this design thinking. We'll take you through a few minutes of theory and a few minutes of practical. So get those laptops ready, get those iPhones ready, get ready to engage us. And with me, I think, as I had mentioned, we have Lillian, and she's going to take us through design thinking. And let's give her a round of applause as she comes on stage.
Okay. Well done, Mark. Thank you. Okay, you can hear me? Perfect. So, ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed engineers in the room and innovators, good afternoon. How are you doing? How was your lunch? It was good? It was great? Awesome. So today I want us to cover a very transformative approach that has the potential to really grow our engineering, and that is design thinking process. I didn't get to see how many people have interacted with design thinking. By a show of hands, it could be in our project, it could be in our studies. How many of us have engaged with design thinking? Let me see. Or even have come across the word design thinking. I can see a hand there, two there. Okay, awesome. So as we reshape the blueprint of our project, we are going to delve on how design thinking can breathe new life in our industry. So at the heart of design thinking, it lies a very profound principle, and that is putting people first. Putting people first. In everything that we do, this principle says that we need to put people first. So we can no longer afford to create solutions in isolation. We can't detach the solutions that we are building from the individuals who will use them. We need to take care of these individuals who are going to use these solutions that we are going to build. So whether we are designing a bridge, because here I know we are all kind of engineers. So whether we are building a bridge, a software application, or even an urban infrastructure project, we need to understand the human need, which is very, very paramount. So design thinking has 5 steps, and I want to take us through the 5 steps. So, and I want us to walk this journey together. You know, I want us to walk this journey. As we go through the 5 steps, I would like us to really flow with design thinking so that we can be able to now again apply it in our daily lives and in our projects. So I would want you to really identify a pain point that you have. It could be in your you know, within the university, in our communities back at home, identify that pain point and a pain point that you'd like to address. So along this journey, along these 5 steps, you'll keep referring to that pain point that you have identified. So I'll give you 5 seconds to identify a problem or a pain point. Have you thought of a pain point that you'd like to address? Let me get more confirmation. Have you thought of a pain point that you'd like to address? We have, Okay, awesome. So the first step of our design thinking is where we empathize. We begin by stepping into the shoes of our end users. So that pain point that you have identified, really getting into the shoes of the people who are going through that pain or that problem. Thinking, what are their pain points, you know? What is really motivating them to want that problem to be solved? We do this by actively listening and observing so that we can gain insights that go beyond the technical specification. And this empathy is what fuels innovation. When we are empathetic, that is when we get that drive, you know, to want to innovate around that problem. So the second step is define. So you are now armed with empathy. You understand the problem. We get to define the problem and understand what is the exact challenge that we are solving. What are the constraints are we going to face, you know, when solving this problem? At this point, we really become clear. We bring out clarity to ensure that our efforts remain focused and purposeful so that we don't go beyond what it is that we really want to address. And the third step is where we ideate. This is where creativity really comes out. We get to brainstorm, we get to explore all the possibilities, and we really dream big, you know, because we are ideating, we are looking at how do we resolve this problem or how do we come up with a solution. So by diverging, remember we said we want to be empathetic, so we go out to where the problem is. So we are diverging and we converge, we come together to ideate. We really arrive to very novel solutions. So the fourth one is prototype. And this is where we get to build rough drafts, mock-ups, and prototypes. These are really tangible representations that will allow us to test our assumptions. And how do we get to test our assumptions? Remember, we started by being empathetic and being in the shoes of our, it could be customers. So once we have a prototype, we are able to test the assumption by going back to our study group. And here we say fail early, fail often, okay? But each failure is what brings us closer to success. So we build a prototype, we take it out to test, we fail the first time, come back, collect data, get back, ideate, define, build another prototype, and we are looking at failing early and failing often, which is what will really give us success. So the fifth one is testing, where we really test to validate our prototype. We involve the users that we started with, you know, the users that we want to solve their problems, the users that are really close to our hearts, we get to validate with them. We gather feedback and we iterate, meaning we gather feedback, we go back to the drawing board, take the prototype back to our users and keep collecting feedback. And that is where we have continuous improvement, which is what we want to see. And eventually we're able to come up with a great product or project. So the goal of this testing is really to refine our solution until it aligns with the human needs. So we really have to align with the human needs. We have to keep going back to our users. And that is it about the 5 steps of design thinking. So just to remind us, the first one is empathize. Then we define, we ideate, we build a prototype, and we get to test. So we are going to look at a few scenarios where design thinking reshapes our engineering landscape. The first one is sustainability. You can imagine an organization that is striving to meet ambitious sustainability targets. And by involving, for example, let's say suppliers, we get to understand their pains and gains. So being empathetic, empathizing with our suppliers, we get to understand their pains and gains. And then we can create, out of that, we can create a program that will unite all the stakeholders, and sustainability thus becomes a shared vision for all, because we are being empathetic, not just with our suppliers, with our customers, and with everyone else. We also look at process optimization. How are the processes in engineering? You know, within our engineering teams, we often follow these very established processes. But what if we can question these norms? So by engaging engineers in the design thinking process, you know, bringing engineers on board when we are doing this design thinking, when we are going to do to collect data from users, when we are testing. So by engaging engineers in design thinking process, we might uncover innovative ways to reduce, you know, or to build better solutions, which will then improve efficiency, enhance quality, and just in totality, achieve our value and our goals. So how else can we reshape in this landscape using design thinking? We have the behavioral change. Perhaps we are implementing a new system or policy, you know. This could be in an association or at work or even in a class. There is this new policy that we want to introduce. Instead of just imposing on it, can we empathize with the end users? You know, could be in a class or even in such an engagement. Instead of imposing, we can try to understand, you know, the end user, where are they, what do they want? What is it that we can, you know, use to encourage positive behavior? How can we make the transition smoother instead of imposing? So I have a few examples of design, or there are a few examples of design thinking, and I think that one will go through when we are doing the actual workshop with my colleague, Steve. But just to mention a few areas of engineering where we can use design thinking. We have mechanical engineering, you know, when we are coming up with urban mobility, electrical engineering, when we are looking at energy efficiency, appliances, you know, putting the customer at the core. Civil engineering, when we are building our roads, you know, putting the users, okay, at the center. When biomedical engineering, the devices that we are coming up with and the solutions that we are coming up with in biomedical engineering, environmental engineering, you know, water, waste, air, industrial engineering, and so on. There are so many, yeah? There's so many. So there are so many use cases that we can come up with and actually apply design thinking when we are coming up and when we are building the solutions for our users. I remember design thinking isn't really limited to any specific project. It's a mindset that encourages empathy, creativity, and collaboration. We've seen that we need to talk to users, we need to do research. So it brings, and this is not something that one can do alone, right? So there's a lot of collaboration when it comes to design thinking. So I can give us benefits, a few benefits of using design thinking. The first one is enhanced problem solving. You know, because we are prioritizing the user, then we are able to address their needs in a better way because we have their requirements at the core. So it also brings out creativity and innovation. We said when we are empathetic with our users, that is where innovation will be born because we want to solve the problems that they are going through. So I've mentioned of improved collaboration. When delivering a project using design thinking, we really need to collaborate with our users, with our fellow engineers, and so on. So effective communication ideas, where we get to share the ideas that we have and see how we can go about delivering on the same. And there is also reduced risk of failure. Because of this step-by-step, you know, they are also checking. For example, when you ideate, have you come up with what you really want to address? So in conclusion, and as I welcome my colleague, Steve, on stage, design thinking isn't just a buzzword, it is a mindset shift. As we reshape the blueprint, let's remember always that our work isn't just about the structures, you know, and the projects that we are building. It's about people. People are at the center of those projects. So by embracing design thinking, we unlock a world of possibilities where engineering really meets empathy and we have innovation thriving. So thank you. May our designs be very resilient as our resolve. Asante. So Steve.
Hi guys, how are you? I'm Steven. We just want to go through. Am I too loud? Yeah, so we just want to go through some simple, you know, workshop, just to try to recap what we've been taught. Design thinking, what is it? How can we apply it in real life? Watu wa remote task wako hapa? Wapi watu wa remote task? Yeah, so I've just been going through some of the ideas that which were shared. Also come bearing some good news. Airtime. Nataka airtime. Okay, let the games begin. So maybe anyone, just the 5 steps of design thinking. I saw that gentleman first.
Okay, the 5 steps of design thinking is you first empathize with the users, and then you, after the empathize, you define your problem and you see if you have the solution that you need. And then afterwards you ideate. After you ideate, you prototype, and then you test and test again, and then you can redo if necessary.
Awesome. Amepata. Yeah, that lady over there will assist you with some airtime. So thanks for that. So design thinking, we've gone through the 5 steps. But now what really comes into play is that how do we apply them in our real life situation? So I'll just take a couple of minutes. Guys, I'll share a QR code. You can use your phone camera apps. If you just scan this, they'll pop up with a link there. I just drop for me few ideas. Then we'll go through those ideas and select one which we can walk you through this whole session. It's about to get interesting, so take some time. I just throw in some good ideas there. Not anything tech related, even in the engineering field. Good idea, guys. That's those which you can ideate on. So just a few moments, and maybe we'll let Chagulia. You can drop your name there also. I feel like working with this thing. So I'm checking the boards. Wisdom, thank you. I've seen nanobots. Someone is talking of engineering concepts are made much simpler. You know, what you needed to get from school now is in the school of YouTube, TikTok, and where else? Udemy. Guys, do you use these sites? Kuna an open portal for your own university where you can get courses, videos. Is there one? Videos of students actually doing these tutorials. Maybe that's an idea you need to pick up before you leave the school. Once upon a time, I think back when I was in college, a friend of mine was in UN. He did a Klabu app where you guys could order some food from Klabu and all that. I don't really measure on a Play Store. He didn't update his policies, the data. So yeah, some interesting ideas like that one. If your school doesn't have an online portal, we can think of that. So I'm checking in for more ideas. How do you think emerging technologies will impact the field of engineering? Somebody has mentioned robotics, which reduce the amount of work you need to do. Anyway, if you look at life, it's getting simpler. From the Stone Age, we came to write, we came to type, and now we are just speaking. You know, Alexa, do this, Alexa, do that. And that's executed, including ChatGPT. Are we getting more ideas? Ama mnangoja niseme kuna credit? I think I'll have to apologize. I was on the wrong boat. Let me just check. Post-harvest losses. This is very huge for the government. I've seen harnessing wave energy in, I don't know what MSA is. I'm a software engineer. Is that an engineering term? Engineer Andrew. Is MSA an abbreviation for in the space of energy? Please clarify what MSA is. Mombasa. Ilikuwa in caps. So an app that enables one to connect multiple Bluetooth devices at once. So we'll just go through, let's choose one, guys. So we have post-harvest losses. Maybe you may need to specify which harvest that is. You can thumbs up on the ideas if you can see the board. Neka tuka thumbs up hapo. So we'll take the one with the most votes. Then we proceed with that. A portal for students, elections. How many have heard of blockchain? See Bitcoin. Blockchain. The one powering. Awesome. So more streaming in. Student biometrics for attendance. I'll stop at this one so we can vote on those ones which are there for the sake of time. Then we can proceed. Student biometrics for attendance and getting into the university at UON. Okay, that's awesome. Hey, imepata 12 votes right now and it's just been. So let's go through this. Okay, if you go through the stages of empathizing with a student at UON, what Lillian took you guys through. So when empathizing, what do we look at from a user's perspective? Why would we empathize with you? What are we looking to draw out of you as we empathize? So this is a student who feels they need biometrics. I think I was at the gate at the entrance of this hall, of this, how do you call it, the tower. And quite a number of you guys were there with us and we had the security guys check us in. And maybe this speaks to that. Just for security purpose, we need them. And also just for authentication that your badge is indeed a valid badge. Okay, some have disappeared. Kuna mtu amehack? Have you hacked us? So do you agree we ride with the biometrics? Yeah, okay, sure. Biometrics. So what are some of the challenges? Why would you want biometrics? Let's empathize with you. Time wasted. Can somebody write down that for me, please? Yes, time. Mark. Yeah. Time wastage. Another one. This side. Guys, why would you want biometrics implemented? So there's the time wastage. Thank you. Security purposes. And why would you want, for what security purposes? Yes, yes, yes. She's speaking of the incident we had at Garissa. So as part of explaining security. I'm a footballer. Yes, thank you. So we have time wastages. We have security purposes. Why else will you need a biometrics? Okay, let me add some constraint. There's Corona. And people are against touching things. So let's ideate on that.
So, oh.
Kindly.
Okay, I was saying instead
Yes.
of using the fingerprints, we can still use the facials. No, tuseme any other corona incident ikia erupt, bado tuko safe. Lakini bado hatuta waste time na tutakuwa sure ni mimi nimeingia, si mtu mwingine. Nashika?
Nimepata. Umempata? Yes. So do you still need your face ukitoka university? If you are fourth year in 2020, put timelines on the university. So we empathizing with a student. Anakuja pale chini. They have to check in with the security. So we want to implement a biometrics. But first, we need to check how much of a big pain point is this? So can you estimate how much time you waste at the gate because of lack of biometrics if you are to implement that? An estimate, maybe Mark, just jot down for me in terms of time. How long, Evie? Yes. Yes, just per person.
Yeah.
Anyone? Chorus answer?
I estimate around 30 minutes.
30?
Yeah.
Oi, that's serious.
5 minutes.
1 to 5 minutes, okay, depending on maybe the traffic there. So 5 minutes times how many students? Security, I think an incident has been mentioned of the Garissa case. So this is what we call in design thinking, where you empathize. For those who want to do their startups or have their startups or are doing businesses, you're selling something, you have to empathize with your user. I think it's a cool way of now getting to pitch to somebody. If you're selling some clothes, you know, I can feel you're feeling cold and I'm selling sweaters here. Would you mind having this? Try it on. If it fits well, then tunamwangushia bei hapo. But you need to empathize first. So that's the first process of design thinking. We empathize with you, you get to understand what are the motives, how do they feel at that moment. Maybe he's late for cut. She needs, or he or she needs to pass the gate, akimbie cut. You look at those situations, and the daily, this is how we do it at Safaricom. Before we put for you that button on my Safaricom app, we try to imagine the various scenarios that you can go through. We even have, you know, a shortcut for your mostly used services. Because imagine, and like giving you a full menu of everything, we just want you to select and prefer what you use most. Wale wa send money, wale wa withdraw, na wale wa fuliza. Yote tunaweka hapo. Sindio? So that's how we empathize. Just get to the to the user and find out what they feel, how they find the problem. On to our next step. Now we use definition as part of the next. Yes, it will be definition. Okay. So maybe also another moment, if you guys can dig deep a bit into what you are taught around how to define a problem that you've empathized with the user, biometric, just drop something. This one I have airtime. Just 2 minutes, kindly. We've picked on a use case, student biometrics. We've empathized with the student and our waste time, security. Now we want to define that. So 2 minutes. I'll just be checking here. In case you've forgotten what define is, this is the place where now you narrow down to the problem. In the biometric space that is spoken about, you narrow down, then you set yourself goals. Like if you had created this system, or if you are to create this system, what goals did you have? Do you want to reduce how do you call it, the entry time from 1 minute to 30 seconds? Do you want to make the student more secure? Do you want to, what was the other point? What are the constraints that are there? Watu wanaweza kuja wengi. How will you handle traffic? What else? The system could fail. At that point, how do you handle that? So you define the objectives that you have and you reflect a bit onto what are the possible happenings in this space, so that as we create our system, then we have a definite goal and we've handled all these other possible cases in it. So let me just check the ideas that have come in.
under define. Kindly put your name there. Do you need the QR code again? Mchangamkeni bana. I've only seen two. And they're disappearing. Who is deleting? Aki, that person, please. Let's be kind. I know you have admin rights, but and actually that's a feedback to us. So the problem is time wastage at the gate, which can be solved by a suitable biometric system. That's how somebody has defined the problem. What are your goals for this person? Maybe indicate the goals there. I think you can edit on the same card. What could be your goal? Time wastage from what to how many? And then we can do then the security risks. Sensitive nature of biometric data may make the students unwilling to sign up unless wapatie $1,000 kama Worldcoin. They will sign up. Yeah, but that's a key issue. Most of us, including myself, I'm very cautious on giving out my biometrics, and you should, cause of the security that risk that it poses to you as a person. So, thank you for the ideas. Please put your name down there. There may be some credit. Or if I need to ask more questions, maybe I'm able to refer to you from the slides. So in the define stage, if we look at our biometrics, like I mentioned, we come up with objectives and goals that we want to do. I've mentioned around the time. We spend 5 minutes. We want to reduce that to 30 seconds. I've talked of security. Somebody has spoken of security. You need to make a system that can encompass everybody. Maybe for the differently abled people, who may not be able to use, are they able to use facial scans? Are they able to use, the Alexas? Those without sight, those who can't hear, those who are differently abled. You need to encounter that because those people live in a society. So as you define the solution or the problem further, you need to consider this consideration. What that means is inclusivity. Is there any language barrier in that step? So assuming now we've locked down on our use case and we've actually defined the problem, we've identified the goals and the constraints that we have, we'd like to go to the next stage, which is ideate. I've given you constraints. Kuna watu wako differently abled. There are those who are late for cut. Hakuna stima. There are several constraints I can throw at you, or maybe systemic or down. There's no internet. There may be electricity and all that. So let's go to ideate on how can we come up with a system or systems in place that can tackle all these scenarios we've imagined to give us a good solution. Another 2 minutes. I'm on the ideate tab. So the first response here is multiple biometric scanners to reduce traffic at the gate. I saw 2 entry, how do we call them? Security points, one for the ladies, one for the gents. So yeah, we might think of putting multiple biometric scanners. So what if there are so many ladies coming in at the same time? And we have 2. Because 2 is still multiple. Yeah, naona watu wana squint. That's the thinking now. So you need to ask yourself these questions. I'm seeing battery-enabled biometric scanners to cover in case of a power outage. Yeah, we've got one solution, at least for electricity problem. Battery, how long will they last? Allow me to call you Mr. Battery. How long will the batteries last? How often do we need to recharge them? You see, we're still also going back to the first principles. Even as you have an idea, whatever it is that you have as a solution brings you other challenges that you need to unearth. A battery needs to be recharged. There are those which can't be recharged. There are those you need to figure out how you'll dispose. So you need to consider all these things in a school setup. Will they be rained on? And then that means your biometrics also needs to be waterproof and all that. Somebody has suggested a mini solar panel, sorry. Solar powered scanners to tackle power outage. Solar, again, then multiple biometric system options. Have a not so complex system. Cost effective is brought in a new angle of cost. Then we can use smart students' ID cards where we can clock in. Jesus Christ. Somebody's doing me bad. That was a good one. But the suggestion was let's reuse, let's reuse. People are talking of security. So do you really need biometrics? If you already have a card that identifies you. I didn't get your name. I'm posing it to you. Yes. Rufin. I've seen you are in here, Solar. So somebody suggesting, can we use cards instead of you scanning my face for security? Or there's Corona, I don't want to touch things. You can? You can exchange.
Live in Kenya.
Okay. Another point you need to ideate on. She's talking of she can exchange her card, what do we call it? A badge with somebody else's, a student's card. What do you guys think of that as a security? Let's explore more possibilities, guys. This is where we ideate. Let's come up with crazy idea. I know I've thrown in quite a number of constraints. How would you handle that? We want to handle traffic to mean high throughput. So many students pass in at once. We want it also to be secure. She's introduced an angle. Whatever it is we are introducing, no one should be able to pass using the other person. So, nikitu personal. And we all agree it has to be at the gate. Looking at the conditions at the gate, where we'll now rely on some power source, we'll rely on some internet. So what else can we think of? I know the topic was on biometrics, but that's just like an hypothesis to this solution. Like, it must not be biometrics. As we ideate now, we come up with maybe another better solution. Iris scans, like we had suggested, what Worldcoin is doing, to be the solution and not actual biometrics. Was a crazy idea. Yenye nafikiria ni crazy kabisa. And others have to vote for you, equal crazy. Guys, I don't want to use credit as a motivation factor. Yes, kindly, yeah.
To counter that idea of exchanging cards, what if, like the bank cards, the way that the cards have chips that identify you with that specific card so that you can just scan through simply? You can just tap and move.
You can tap and move.
Yeah, because it's a biometric scanner, just identifies the chip with you, then just pass through the gate.
Let me ask, are you talking about the card, the student card?
Yeah, the student card.
So you can just tap
Yeah,
NFC,
proceed. Yeah,
alafu unamwokalize.
kabisa.
What do you think? She had suggested you could give somebody that card.
But the chip reflects like with an image and everything else. So like the one who's automating this process.
Ah, like what they do. Where do I see this? Is it in airports?
I'm not so sure, but yeah, maybe something of that sort.
So like there's a security person there. Once you swipe, like your face flashes,
Mhm.
and they're like, okay. Inaweza kuwa ile siku umechange look ba.
Sura ni ile ile, kani mbaya ni mbaya.
Yeah, so thank you for that. I think you've introduced that aspect of verification. Thank you. Any other crazy idea? I want really crazy, unheard of. Ile hatujaisikia. Watu wa remote task, I had started with you guys. You meet a lot of crazy stuff. Okay, gentlemen?
So I was thinking, instead of having a physical card, you can have like a QR code on your phone, because if you are going to counter the physical card on sharing with somebody else, it's difficult for me to give somebody else my phone. So I have a QR code. The QR code has all my details. Now at the gate, the same way we were scanning your QR code, at the gate we have a system like that one, which will be scanning the QR code. So that when you're entering, it's just the same way we were scanning your QR code. And when you scan, you get all my details.
Who scans?
There's a system, not a specific person. Like you have the QR code on your phone. It's like the card, but now the card is not a physical component. It's in your phone.
Okay.
We have the QR code. When you're at the gate, you point it to a machine. The machine scans.
Nice.
On scanning, since the QR code, you have stored the credentials of the student. Now, I think that will eliminate that point of I can share my card with somebody else, because even if I trust you, giving you my phone for a long time, I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay, anybody who has a comment on that? What if you forget your phone at home? Just think about it. You forgot your phone for hostel. Coming back to you.
Okay, I was thinking.
I'm on a smartphone. Yes.
I was thinking maybe if we stick with the card, and then we put a system in such a way that it knows the number of lessons you have in a day, so you cannot sign in more than that number of times.
I see people laughing. Maybe they say you deserve some credit. Anybody who can counter that? Now we are countering with better ideas. You can counter, then give yours. Rufin, you had your hand up still. Remember, you counter and give yours. Okay.
Aya, wale wa card, we still use the card, and then we increase the panel length. Kama SGR, nashika, like ukipita, like wanaweza identify ni nini uko nayo, na though hawajaweka hizo biometrics, but wanaweza jua ni nini uko nayo na ita signal for security purposes.
Awesome. That's a good add. Because anyway, you are checked because of security. Okay, next. Just one more, kindly. Yeah.
We are thinking now in terms of combining the smart card with AI. Since AI it has that capacity of facial recognition and whatnot. So we eliminate the human aspect of having to verify you. You just swipe your smart card, your information, like a camera, it can identify whether it's you or not. They can identify whether you've gone to the classes or not. Such a system.
Nice. AI, facial recognition, you mean, right? So which one can we settle on, guys? Yes. Okay, you can start typing on how can we prototype this in the simplest way. You need to realize not all solution may need you to actually do something. It can be something like simple as changing a policy. It can be a simple thing as adding an incentive. Can switch the whole turnaround and influence a user behavior to help you achieve this. So just put in your comments on prototype. We've settled on.
Or I wanted to add on to the
Okay.
idea.
Okay, just
I'm
give us.
thinking of a two-factor authentication process, whereby you either, okay, maybe let's say you scan your ID card if you have it. If you don't, you use the biometrics. Then the second one, because already it has your admission, you just add your PIN, like a 4-digit PIN.
What if I know your admission?
But you don't know my PIN.
Okay, awesome.
Oh,
yes.
I also had an idea.
Okay.
What about we create a system that generates a unique ID for every user? Because I believe every student that is in the University of Nairobi normally has an email. So you have that ID sent to your email every morning, a unique ID every day that you will use to enter the school. Kama uko na kabambi, you can opt kutumiwa kwa the mobile phones, because the portal normally accept uweke your phone number. So you can use the phone number instead, unatumwa the message for the ID. As you enter the school, you type in your ID and it is confirmed. Once it is confirmed, you are able to enter the school.
Nice. What do you guys think? I think tukiendelea hivi people will be countering and we need to settle on something. So I've heard of, allow me to take it from here. I've heard of biometrics. I've heard of this ID and SMS. Inakuja na SMS. Yeah. There's also facial recognition. What else am I missing? Who knows about Safaricom's My Voice, My Password? How many have used it? How is it, Rufin? Yeah, you don't waste time. You need to try it out. So we've been trying to look at different ideas. Rufin, do you think that will work for your university? If we enrolled everybody's voice and it's unique, just go there and say, ni mimi Bazu.
Nitakuja nikiwa na homa.
So we've been shot down. Yeah, thank you guys. So let's move to prototyping. So let's settle on one. Biometrics, thumbs. Okay, I want to see you. Wangapi ni wengi? Aya, facial. Bana, ni kama mnatoshana wote ba. Iris scans. Hakuna mtu anataka hiyo. So I'll go with both biometrics and facial. Okay. So how will you prototype this? On to our next step. Let's do this one a bit quicker. One has suggested the use of card for biometrics in case your fingerprint or facials fail, a fingerprint ni biometrics. Anyway, biometrics is a large term for fingerprint, even, anything that can identify you is your biometric. More ideas kindly, I just need 2 more. Okay, what are the various ways, assuming you had this cool idea, you wanted to talk to your VC, but ulifukuzwa kwa office, you can be for you to get here, demo something, and actually give me user feedback. Because that's the world where you're going into. It's not just ideas. People are right now like, everybody has ideas, but you have to execute, you have to prototype something. And as you prototype something, then you need to show value. You've seen very many startups do like newsletters. You get to a site, you want to use some functionality, then they tell you sign up, work an email. Then they're like, at the end of the day, the owner is looking like, oh, today I got 5 emails. Think my idea is valid. And of course, for you to give out your email, it means you really actually wanted that thing. So let's think around ways. If you are to float this to your VC, you want to implement this, type kwa computer dollars ikuje. So how would you approach a prototype for this? And you're a student, mark you don't have money, or some of you do, but just trying to set the baseline. So wale wako nao can go purchase somewhere. I'm just saying, you're just there. You need to tell VC, what would you do to give the VC as a prototype? From ground up. Low cost, few resources, low manpower, just you. Watu wa hii side wamelala sana. Hi. Yes, you. Ni simple tu, unataka kuomoka. Unaona student ni wengi. How many are you maybe in the whole university? Sorry? 40,000. Ish, 40,000. And unataka kukula bob kila mtu for every swipe. That's how patents work. You come up with a good idea and you tell the people who implement, mimi nipatieni 2 bob for every person who swipes. So you're looking at 40,000 people. You want to prototype. Umesota, you need some cash. You want to patent your new innovation. But here you are met with a task you need to demo to your VC. So how would you go about your first prototype? Chorus, answer just one. Yes.
Personally, since the biometric system for identification is kind of very expensive to prototype the whole thing as a build, I could use softwares to simulate the electrical and mechanical parts, and maybe I will find a software that can demonstrate the whole process of signing in, signing out, and then present that to the school facility.
What do you guys think? Isn't that awesome? Do you agree he can do it alone? All that is mentioned, he can do it one man. Okay, so we've had one solution. Another, who can take a different approach? Let's think wild. Yes.
I think since our phones already have facial recognition capacities, we could just register maybe 50 people. Alafu we have maybe one line, you're having students getting in with their IDs. Another line, you have students getting in with recognition. Alafu we gauge which one is faster.
Unafaa kudrop mic chini. So how about that, guys? Maybe just jot it down here. I just want to hear what the room thinks, those who are in this prototype. Just write something small. Also write yours. Let's get people feedback, likes and unlikes, and just see. Two ways. Do a 3D simulation of how fast it will be, show to your VC. Other one has taken a practical approach. So use what you already have, your phone. If you can do the app on your phone, then register 50 of your friends. And maybe as the others walking, naambia mpange line hapa. After wakifingia huko nafinya na kambao 20 credits. No. Yeah, what you can afford, that is. So what do you think about those two ideas? Is there a third one before I leave anybody out? A third one, this time from a lady. I mean, design thinking is equal where you've even sat, your armrest. Somebody thought, why don't we, people here, we empathize with them, wanakuja kona lapi. Why don't we create somewhere where they can put their laptops on? And they decided, okay, we don't have much space. How can we sneak it in? Yeah, tuweke kwa armrest. That was somebody thinking. And now we are all enjoying that. So any third from a lady? Okay, I'll take the two. Arufin tusamarizie na ingine tu, moja tu. Umekuwa active, so. And I like somebody is mentioning TensorFlow. Hope utapoteza wengine. They'll think, what is that?
Okay. Nianza tu. I may have another idea.
Okay, shoot. Yeah.
Maybe for prototype yani, unaweza kuwa na, unaweza tumia a camera module or maybe your phone, alafu unaweza kuwa na tuseme a database yenye iko na a few images kurun, yani kutest yani a few images ya watu unatumia kutest, and then do the code ya AI recognition already exists. Mostly unaweza ipata online, alafu unaweza imodify tu venye unataka ikuwe specifically, and then to test your code unaweza now use your camera to scan maybe the image ya mtu yani, and kama ina match yenye iko kwa your database ama tuseme yenye iko kwa your hard drive ya your computer, inaweza tuma a message sema pass, or kama the image yenye iko scanned doesn't match yenye iko kwa your small database, iseme fail, and it to show to the system is working. So from there unaweza endelea modify.
Okay, that's also another practical approach. Do something small on your phone, an app or something, link it to some database. I'll really be keen to hear what civil engineers will say. Is there civil engineers here? Civil engineer students, own it. Hata kauja graduate, you are one. Because hapo maybe architecture, hapo kunda hiyo place. Anyway, I'm just imagining. So thank you guys for the contributions. Based on the benchmark I'd given, so just try to vote on which one. I think some of us had mentioned how they'll test practical, ingia kwa ground, weka application yako, get some data. But all in all, I'll just walk through the testing phase. What you need to do is just to gather certain metrics that you really need. If it is for your VC, it's for your sponsor, it's for your government, the person you're targeting, what's their pain point? If it is security, if it's time wastage, then gather metrics that will indicate you've reduced that time wastage from a certain degree. And probably if you can do it with graphs and all that, or if it's something people need to sign up to show interest, show them I've signed up already like this number of people. So keep the ideas coming. And I think I'll leave it at that. Let me just read the ideas we have on test. But there's no better test than kuingia kwa ground. So I think that's it. Thank you, guys. I'll just let Andrew give us some closing remarks for this session. Karibu.
Can you hear me? Check, check. Which one is better? Let me borrow Steve's. Which one? This one. Okay. So I think for me, maybe you can make the voice a little lower. It's a bit high. Kindly reduce the voice on the mic. I'll just call the team from Safaricom. Everyone from Safaricom, please join me on stage. Even as we conclude. Tabs, Lillian, Mark, everyone. Delight. And I think partly is I'd like to take a photo. I think for today I was mainly a listener, and I think, what do you think? Has the team done a good job? What have you guys learned? Let me hear a few things. Anyone? Have you learned anything today? Was it exciting? Good. Would you like us to come back some other day? That yes is. Would you like us to come back some other day? Okay, so quick one as we do the closing remarks, and I'll request, because we'll do a photo for the team on this side. So I think first of all is personally, I'm also a registered engineer. Identify with you. Probably I was where you are seated many, many years ago, but still relating. In fact, one thing I remember about campus was derivation from first principles on the magnetic equation. Has anyone done that in their course? It's somewhere in 4th year, 5th year. Nani amefanya hiyo? Can see a guy nodding there. Can see that thing. It's still like 5 pages of a full scope. And by the way, what we've taken you through is a very similar process, but now design thinking. Because what you do in engineering, you work with scientific principles. And when you think about the design thinking process, probably where the engineering, the emphasis, especially in Kenya, is around stage 4 or 5, where you have a problem, it's biometric. So you have to think about the ergonomics of the use of the gadget. But now design thinking tells you, besides just thinking about the engineering principles, can you bring the customer in the room? So in a nutshell, that's what we've been here discussing about. And also fun fact, like today is elections for IEK. We are choosing a president and all those things. And I encourage you, I know most people talk about EBK, IEK being old school, but I encourage you to actually get in those spaces and change them. Like Steve said, and also it was partly mentioned in Lillian's presentation, we also need to employ technology within engineering principles. Now, technology is what will scale engineering. For those of you who are in probably mechanical engineering, and I know one of the tough topics there is fluid mechanics, and hydraulics and all those topics. When you think about now running those the equations, actually running them in a simulator on AI and generating various scenarios. Like if you change the heat by 5 degrees, what will happen to the pipe? Now you can imagine using AI to actually do those simulations. But again, nothing beats doing things on the ground. Even though you learn the principles, you get the degree, and hopefully all of you will graduate with stunning results. Nothing beats getting to the ground and testing a few things. And guess what? Actually, the people who are doing, like the artisans and the rest, do have some practical experience, which, if you couple with your academic experience, will be able to do and build great things for Kenya. So having said Also, thank everyone for sitting down and listening to us. And I think based on what we've had, then we'll talk to your organizers and we can see whether we can have a session, probably with more of your colleagues. At University of Nairobi, I frequent here, was here doing another conference, and we're always glad and we are ready, especially we are passionate for the youth. And maybe for a bit about Safaricom, our purpose is really to transform lives, and we use technology and innovation. You'll hear those words being used interchangeably, but part of it is what you are learning in school. Part of innovation is also common sense, like what makes sense to people, but also there's the art of collaboration. You can touch base with your colleagues, your student mates, but also ourselves. We are here and we've prototyped just a few, and guess what? There's much more. So let this not stop here. Continue ideating using the framework that we've been taken through. So Mark already introduced the team, but photographer, where do we stand for the photo here? Yeah, we have a couple. And we have our funds. Our funds, they play a critical role to help us to drive innovation. There's a team. I'm excited to be part of the team as well. And I think what you see here as well is innovation at Safaricom, and we are glad to be with you. Thank you. Any questions before we take the photo? Any questions for us? Okay. I think there's one more. I'll take one question or maybe two. That was a question? Okay, please ask.
You mentioned that you have funds for Safaricom. Are the funds, how do we become a fan? And are they paying or are they being paid to become a fan?
Okay, so these funds already employed at Safaricom, so maybe that's one cheat code. But I think the other thing, just by being here and listening to us, you're already our fan. And we feel one together with you. So I think to prove that you're a fan, please invite us again. Second question. Yes.
My name is Andrew. I had a question. Well, in terms of mental health, we usually channel our energy towards sports. And I was asking, aside from such conferences, could we kindly have Safaricom sponsoring games within the university?
Okay, I think we've taken feedback, and there's a specific department division that deals with that. And you're right, because sports, when you think about the hormones that are released in the body, are very key. Personally, I still do my runs, play rugby and all. So yeah, but we've taken the feedback and we'll relate back. Okay, had asked two. I think there are more questions. It means if we had more time, we could have stuck around. But yeah, we'll take maybe two last questions. Yeah.
Yeah, just a quick one. What are the employment opportunities for like engineers, like mechanical at Safaricom?
Okay, thanks. I think I'll answer that question in two parts. A very important question. When you think about generally what you're studying at university, you're not fixed to do what you study at university. Very many people can pivot. And mechanical engineering, when you think about calculus, so reading from calculus 1 to 4, thermodynamics and all those courses, material science, part of it is also to teach you how to think. And the good thing with engineers, they do make very great leaders, especially how you're able to structure your logical thought and think through. So even as a mechanical engineer, you could be the best software engineer. Nothing stops you from that. So I think the first part is look at the critical future skills, which the team, Mark mentioned some of them when he started. Things around robotics, software engineering. In as much as you're doing mechanical engineering, you need to know those. And again, mechanical engineering, you can still pivot to other careers. That's why it's called an undergraduate degree. And that's where you are given, when you finish undergraduate, you're given powers to do what? You're given powers to? Exactly. So that's what it means. But secondly, I think mechanical engineering is quite key. We do have our sites, our facilities, as well just managing our facilities, because we have facilities across different cities. In our own buildings, we run things like ACs, you know, so there's work around that. And also in our masts themselves, those we have structures and we have things like generators. So if you want to apply your mechanical engineering craft, including when you think about the antenna, so when the antenna is there, it needs to be geostationary around a position so that people have coverage. All those things are around mechanical engineering. So if you still want to pursue deep mechanical engineering, there's space for you. As well, when you think about things like IoT, I know we are going to spaces around smart factories. There's a lot of refactoring to be done. So that skill is applicable. So two things, remember, there's the digital skills, which despite which course you're doing, you still need to know the future skills. And yes, at Safaricom, we do have a lot of mechanical engineering that is employed. Last one, last question, and I think we close there. Hand clap for the team. Hand clap again. Asanteni sana. I think at this point we'll beg to take a photo, and as a few of our team members will be around. You can catch up with us. We're excited to engage you, but asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. And here you are one. Asanteni sana. May God bless you. We have come to the close of this workshop session, and as well, we have come to the close of business that was set for today. It's been my honor being your MC today. I will request that once we are done with the workshop, we will vacate the room. We have a dense meeting for the conference organizers, so I'll ask us to vacate the room. Thank you so much. Makofi wakishuka. I am told that you may scan the QR code for feedback. Mimi niko na feedback moja. Bana, hiyo kwa jazi mnatulipisha sana bana. Ukiomba 20 bob, unawachia 2 bob. That's 10%. You're getting more tax than the government of Eritrea.
Oh, thank you. I think something my employer has been called to respond, but I think when you think about Fuliza, it's a revolutionary product. And as you've seen from when we started, we've been consistently reducing our rates to a great percentage. We keep listening to feedback. We are aligned to rates across East Africa and globally. And I think the feedback I receive is Fuliza works great. I can also throw in a word of caution, use it responsibly. And yes, we keep listening to your feedback, and we'll keep responding to our customers. Asanteni sana.
Another nugget, hapo kwa Fuliza, unaona limit, si mnaweza pelekana na amount ya help. Unajua, tumefunga conference, sasa hii ni ya comrades. Mtu anapata help ya 16K.
Mimi tunampea 250. Anyway, thank you so much. A round of applause for the Safaricom team as they exit. Now I wish to invite on stage Saruni Ole Koinet atuongoze kwa maombi kwa Kimasai, and then we will call it a day.
Okay, so
shall we please be upstanding?
Let's bow our heads for our prayer. God, want to thank you for today. Want to thank you for the events that have happened in this place. Also want to thank you for the journey that has been from the planning all the way to the execution and to the success that we've witnessed today. Thank you for the guests. Thank you for the audience. Thank you for the sponsors. And even thank you for the ideas and even the gift of each other. And as we go home, prepare for tomorrow, praying that you may be with us and just guide us and protect us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. A round of applause. Kama unajua pia kuomba. Makofi kwa na ulikuwa uombe kwa Kimasai bana. Kipindi. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mushemi Morethi. It's been a distinct honor being your master of ceremonies. Kwaherini. I am told as well we have exhibitions outside Taifa Hall. I'm sure these are joints you'd love to visit to as well learn a little bit more and get some touch of that hands-on knowledge transfer. Asanteni sana. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Ushers, 10 members, everybody who is wearing a tag on behalf of IESC 7.0, please remain behind. Jioni njema.